guys like to start the Bible project? Did we do the sermon over? I think we did the sermon. Did the sermon over TV or the Beatitudes?
Gospel of Matthew is one of the early.
Okay, we actually just did the Beatitudes last time. Alright, so let's wait for Jason. Control yourself. Take only what you need from me. Ready? Okay. Can you pass me my drink, please? Thank you. It's like Diet Pepsi.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Why we wait for him? Oh. That's nice to know.
You have to click.
Come here, son. I have something for you. The finest smith.
Is he mine?
Every ranger should have his own.
To what? Are we talking about like that I've like researched them? Oh, you only done one? Yeah, so I figured out. So right here is where the brand is. And so once you go farther along in the story, you go brand. So and it makes all Dre moves now brand the target. Or it might be another time. Ability to... You ready? He washed his hands earlier. That's probably what you're mistaking.
Wait. What?
So you have these challenges. So right now I just need to kill. I've been doing it. Oh yeah, there's more down here. Later on, more of the map will be revealed. All right, you ready?
Okay, if you do that one more time, we're not playing
The Gospel of Matthew is one of the earliest accounts of Jesus of Nazareth.
And in chapters 5 through 7, we find a collection of Jesus' most well-known teachings, often called the Sermon on the Mount. Here we learn what Jesus means when he announces that the kingdom of the skies has come near, and what it looks like to participate in God's kingdom. The whole sermon has been given a three-part shape. There's the introduction, then the large main body, and then the conclusion. The introduction announces the surprising, counterintuitive identity of those who are part of God's kingdom. Then comes the main body of teaching where Jesus explores what he means when he calls his followers to be righteous.
What does he mean by righteousness?
Righteousness is about living in right relationship with God and with others. It's a character trait that creates justice and peace in the world. And the body of the sermon is like Jesus's manifesto on righteousness, examined from three angles in three big parts. How this righteousness relates to the Torah, how this righteousness relates to religious practices of his day, and how this righteousness is expressed in our relationships with God and with neighbor. Finally, Jesus concludes the sermon by calling people to make a choice about how they're going to respond.
Okay, I see it. Three main parts of this whole sermon, and the middle part itself has three parts.
Right. And then every one of these parts itself has three parts. There is a lot of design in the structure of the Sermon on the Mount, and we're going to go over all of it. In the introduction, Jesus offers a surprise announcement to the people standing in front of him. They are invited to experience the good life of God's kingdom. He first offers 9 sayings that redefine who is experiencing the good life, commonly called the Beatitudes. Here, we learn that those entering God's kingdom first are the lowly outsiders who hunger for righteousness and suffer as peacemakers.
Next, Jesus calls his followers salt of the land. What's this all about?
In the Hebrew scriptures, salt is a symbol of God's long-lasting covenant relationship with Israel. So Jesus is claiming that he and his followers are carrying Israel's covenant relationship to its fulfillment.
Next, Jesus calls them the light of the world and a city set up on a mountain.
Jesus is referencing here a promise from the prophet Isaiah that one day the inhabitants of Jerusalem would reflect God's light and peace and blessing out to all the world.
So Jesus is saying that he and his followers are fulfilling that promise.
Right. And how they go about doing that is what the rest of the Sermon on the Mount is all about.
Now, in the main body of the sermon, Jesus calls his followers to do righteousness.
Righteousness means living in right relationship with God and with others. And Jesus explores his vision of righteousness from 3 perspectives, resulting in 3 big parts to the main body of the sermon.
The first perspective is that his teachings about righteousness fulfill the Torah and prophets. What does this mean?
Well, the Torah and prophets refer to the Hebrew scriptures. In this big idea that Jesus fulfills them, it's unpacked in 3 parts. First, Jesus claims that he's not setting aside the laws of the Torah. Rather, he's bringing Israel's story and all of its laws to their completion. Next, Jesus offers 6 case studies of how his righteousness fulfills the Torah. He explores the topics of anger, lust, divorce, telling the truth, revenge, and enemy love. Finally, Jesus sums up this way of life as teleos, a Greek word that means complete or whole. The purpose of the Torah is to teach people God's wisdom so they can become mature, whole people who spread God's blessing to the world. And this call to become whole or complete links back to this section's beginning, where Jesus claims that living by his teachings will fulfill the Torah and the prophets.
Next, Jesus looks at how his righteousness relates to the religious practices of his day. Now, this section has 3 parts.
Right. In the first part, Jesus claims that living in right relationship with God and others results in a reward. But be careful, Jesus says, because if you're doing your righteousness to get public praise, then you'll miss out on the real reward that God has in store.
Next, Jesus gives 3 examples of how
Yeah, let's take a moment. And I know it's like really easy to point at others, but let's really reflect on ourselves when we're reading this. Is like, for instance, reflecting on the Torah and the prophets is how we could become fulfilled, whole people. It teaches God's wisdom. And what's the beginning of God's wisdom? The fear of the Lord. And what does, and Jason, what does fear of the Lord mean? Does it mean you're actually afraid of him? No. Then what does it mean? Isn't that sounds like fear then? Yeah, it's actually honor. You know, be like if you're in the presence of someone who's popular, you instantly know who you're around. Yeah, it's just, and we gotta train ourselves so that we don't treat Yahweh, don't treat King Jesus as just an average Ahu. Even though no one's average, but we don't treat him like common. Like we realize
That would be
it's like it's like we set our face. It'd be, imagine like if we had royalty near us or the president near us or like Mr. Beast around us. Like we know how big this person is in our culture. It's like telling yourself, reminding yourself how big Yahweh, Jesus is. So he is the greatest influencer, you could say, you could have around you.
Yeah, forget Mr. Beast. We don't want that kind of.
But it's like always that's what the fear of the Lord is. It's like remembering, telling yourself like his input means the deepest. His wisdom on what the good life is and how to treat the others is good. What did I just say? That's what fear means about honor? So how so?
God better than Mr. Beast.
Well, it's like, yeah, bigger than anything. And you have to tell yourself that. You have to remind yourself that.
A religious devotion can go sideways. His examples are generosity to the poor, prayer, and fasting.
In each of these, Jesus challenges his followers to express their devotion to God in subtle ways that don't attract attention. Then he completes this section by teaching about what the real reward is.
Yeah, he says, don't store up for yourself treasure on the land, but store up for yourself treasure in the sky. So, what is the sky treasure?
Well, this idea of treasure links back to Jesus' opening claim that true righteousness brings a reward. The greatest treasure is not admiration from people. Rather, the real reward is knowing and being known by the loving God of the universe.
And that leaves this third and final perspective, how doing righteousness affects our relationship with God and neighbor.
Now, this section itself has 3 parts. First, Jesus talks about money and possessions.
Why start with money?
Well, our stuff tends to claim our allegiance and causes us to worry. And so our relationship to our stuff can be one of the biggest obstacles to healthy relationships with God and with other people.
Jesus teaches, don't store up your stuff on the land. Rather, store up treasure in the sky.
Then Jesus gives 2 parables. One is about 2 kinds of eyes you can have, a healthy, generous eye or an evil, stingy eye. The second parable focuses on 2 masters you can serve, God or money. Then Jesus gives a beautiful homily about worry. Why chase after security from things that are ultimately insecure? Jesus invites us to trust the generous God of creation who cares about us more than we can imagine.
That's the first part. Next, Jesus directly addresses our relationship with God and neighbor.
Yeah, this section begins with, do not judge others, or you too will be judged. Then come 2 more parables, another about eyes, how you shouldn't try to remove a speck out of someone else's eye.
When you have a log in your own.
Then comes a parable about not tossing holy pearls to pigs and dogs. It's a riddle with multiple meanings, but essentially it's about using discernment when we try to help and correct others. Then, because relationships are so complex, Jesus encourages his disciples to ask God for the wisdom they need. Ask, seek, and knock, and the door will be opened for you.
This section of the Sermon on the Mount ends with the golden rule. Do to others what you want them to do to you.
Jesus says that this simple teaching is what the Torah and prophets are all about. And so the golden rule concludes the third perspective on doing righteousness. And it also links us back to the opening of the main body of the sermon, where Jesus said he came to bring the Torah and prophets to their completion.
Finally, we're going to look at the last major section of the sermon, the conclusion.
Here, Jesus places a choice in front of his listeners about how they're going to live their lives.
Now, this section has 3 parts.
And each one illustrates this choice with a different image. The first image is about 2 paths with 2 different gates. One leads to life and the other to ruin. Second is about discerning between 2 kinds of leaders who claim to represent God. They're like 2 kinds of trees, one good and one bad. Not everyone who says they speak for God really does, but Jesus says you will know a tree by its fruit. The last image is about 2 types of houses you can build. If you ignore Jesus and build your house by your own wisdom, it's like building on sand, and good luck when the storm comes. But if you listen to him and build your house with Jesus' wisdom, you are building your house on a rock. And with that, the Sermon on the Mount comes to a close.
Okay, so let's review the whole sermon. It begins with the surprise announcement about how the good life of God's kingdom has come to the least likely people. And then, in the main body, Jesus teaches how to do right by God and others. And finally, the conclusion calls for a decision. In light of everything Jesus has said, what choice will you make?
That's a great summary. Now it's time to read and then reread and reread again the Sermon on the Mount.
Our mission at Bible Project.
So takeaways from... Oh,
Okay, we get it.
it's good because at the very end, what does Jesus present the people who listen? An option, yeah.
No.
So it's even now, you guys get to choose at a very young age, and it matters. How are you going to build your life? And so for Jesus, what would you say Jesus will say? What's the best way to build your life? By him and serving others. All right, friends, we can start. All right. Narwhale, narwhales. Bum, 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 bum.
All the talk about us merging camps with Nurn, there's no way there's gonna be enough grog to go round. Right across some strange tracks.
Make yourself at home, Talion. We obtained some valuable information from this one before he lost his head.
These grunts know nothing. We're wasting precious time.
Wasting time. We have learned where they are keeping our blasting powder.
What need have I of blasting powder?
It's all part of the plan, my friend.
Whatever leads us to the Black Hand is my only concern.
So anxious to find the Black Hand. And by all means, I will take you to him. With luck, the Uruks have yet to discover the secrets of the blasting powder. We will need to free my men to find out.
Do you believe the blasting powder can draw out the Black Hand?
I pray so. The enemy gathers at Uruk's Hollow, where many of my men are enslaved. I pray Eren, too, is there.
I will handle the Uruks.
Perhaps we can take a more stealthy approach and incapacitate them by using their weakness. Grog. Have you ever heard of Hithless? It's toxic and is good for one thing. Poisoning orcs. Follow me. When I deserted the Black Gate, I felt sick. It was Eren who nursed me to health.
Is she the reason you joined the tribesmen?
Of the many, she is my most cherished. There were only so many camps my wife could have been taken to.
Do you believe she will be at this one?
My heart says yes.
I hope for your sake she is, Hugo.
Oh, man.
With any luck, the Uruks have yet to discover the secrets of the blasting powder. We will need to free my men to find out.
Do you believe the blasting powder can draw out the Black Hand?
Oh man.
With any luck, the Uruks have yet to discover the secrets of the blasting powder. We will need to free my men to find out.
Do you believe the blasting powder can draw out the Black Hand?
I pray so. The enemy gathers at Uruk's Hollow, where many of my men are enslaved. I pray Aaron, too, is there.
I will handle the Uruks.
Perhaps we can take a more stealthy approach and incapacitate them by using their weakness. Grog. Have you ever heard of Hithless? It's toxic and is good for one thing. Poisoning orcs.
No. If I ban, I could just stay there.
What are these towns?
Just do it.
They
It's
are
being
lights to guide us in the land of shadow, where all other lights may fail. Pale reflections of the light of the two trees, and memories of a lost kingdom.
You're our best chance. Freedom. Nani here, Gelar Mordor.
Now all we need is something to test him out on.
With any luck, the Uruks have yet to discover the secrets of the blasting powder. We will need to free my men to find out.
Do you believe the blasting powder can draw out the Black Hand?
I pray so. The enemy gathers at Uruk's Hollow, where many of my men are enslaved. I pray Aaron, too, is there.
I will handle the Uruks.
Perhaps we can take a more stealthy approach and incapacitate them by using their weakness. Grog. Have you ever heard of Hithless? It's toxic and is good for one thing. poisoning orcs. Follow me. When I deserted the Black Gate, I fell sick. It was Erin who nursed me to health.
Is she the reason you joined the tribesmen?
Of the many, she is my most cherished. There are only so many camps my wife could have been taken to.
Do you believe she will be at this one?
My heart says yes.
I hope for your sake she is, Hirgon.
I will keep watch for Uruks. Be careful, Ranger.
I've heard tales of elves that could make swords. If you ask me, we're not doing much of anything here in Udu. Captain should Did you hear that? Sounded like someone walking around. If that tiny creature's out there, I'll bet it's hiding in this grass. Damn stuff needs to die.
There are more plants ahead. Follow me.
Oh god.
Where did you acquire this blasting powder?
Traded for it with a blustery dwarf. We took his powder and left him our footprints. Pretty fair, if you ask me.
You're proving yourself to be a strong leader. For a deserter.
That is only because I leave the hard work to men like you.
No orders deserve to be strung along for this long. Ratbats serve his purpose. They ought to just kill him off. What's with all them stupid moves the Grey Walker does all at once? I'm not impressed. He looks like an
In Mordor, even the flowers are of death.
There are far worse things than flowers here.
Look, don't call me crazy, but I heard them strange sounds of it. We heard them too. Scared the rock out of the slaves. It's like it, neither. What do you think it is?
thought it impossible Sauron would ever return.
Darkness descends upon Mordor. Soon it will be impossible not to succumb.
When we realized we couldn't fight the orcs, we started dressing up like slaves, sneaking into their camps to free the others.
A bold strategy.
Not really. Mostly, we'd end up slaves ourselves. At least we came dressed for the part. When I was first rescued by the outcast, they told me you led the search party for my head.
I volunteered. Were you caught, our fellow rangers would have killed you. I could not let you suffer that fate.
Up here, we almost have enough poison for our purpose.
I look forward to seeing its effects up close.
Oh, look at that! Oh! Hourglass.
This should be enough. Now all you have to do is drop it into their grog.
Will the orcs not smell the poison?
No. But if they spot you, I doubt they will drink from it. The Uruks are stationed by the front gates. For the sake of my men, keep to the shadows.
Apple.
I'll gather my men and wait. We'll stand ready to seize the blasting powder once the camp is clear. Remember, Talion, don't be seen. These Uruks have killed many slaves for far less.
What?
Found their bodies, said they were too burnt to even eat.
How am I more lucky and then soldier?
I heard them Uruk from down the valley were so weak, they got torn apart like they were cannibal dung. Not the cowardly globs who don't deserve to be called Uruk. They'll make me a black captain when I kill the Grave Walker.
Wow! Got that!
I'm as ready to kill right now as I'll ever be. That's the spirit. Run with your humble
Oh. Yeah. Better now. Hey, boy.
Oh, stop!
Warrior, they must be home.
just north of here that a whole bit of Caragors got drowned. I heard a bunch of menfolk got so bloated and grey from drowning, they look like giant slugs.
No wonder this stuff burns so well. Think of this. I'm surprised they can keep it down.
The picture is becoming clearer. It shows what came to pass, and what may come to be should we succeed against the Black Hand.
These Uruk have a twisted concept of justice.
It is not justice. It is the constant weeding out of the weak in favor of the strong.
Come with me. Come with me. Come on.
It's me! It's Hilgon! My dear.
I thought I'd never see you again.
I knew you were alive. I knew it.
There will be more battles, Talion. But we will find our peace.
Huh? Back to this. Is it? All right, let me check my phone. Where is my? I'll connect to it and make sure. There you go. You might have to restart Roblox. Remember how Roblox is funny? Well, then go to YouTube. Check the difference. Go to Shadow Mordor. Down in that. And that means it's Roblox, my friend. Yeah, if it's going to. You actually have to restart the application. We've been through this again, my friend.
That easy.
I'm saying it's the application. There's nothing wrong with it.
Word is that slaves killed Samud, and then Ghoul died. That can't happen, can it?
Well, where is he? Your friend is either a liar or a coward.
Maybe it was you threatening his life.
Let's go find your precious treasure.
The little vermin is not here.
The eagle hunts rabbits from up high, and so shall we.
Grog. I need at least 20 men to bring that beast down.
Oh, then we must find another way.
Charging for the cave's mouth will only lead us into the Graug's jaws. A well-placed arrow will do the trick here.
Impressive, Talion. That should keep the Graug occupied.
The air here is thick in death. Looks like the Graug won his fight against the Caragors.
And now is ready for another.
How can man hope to stand against these Uruk? They are filled with such pure hate.
We will teach them the meaning of fear, and in that we will give hope to Middle-earth.
Only you could accomplish such art, Celebrimbor.
Celebrimbor. Greatest smith of the Second Age. I'd heard the stories, but
I remember my name now. I shaped the history of Middle-earth. I crafted the Rings of Power. Fly, you fool.
Good riddance. I'm the one responsible for all of this. That's why Sauron wants me.
No. No. Bright Master is good. He looks after us.
Shut your insolent mouth!
Nasty Ranger. He knows nothing of the Bright Master.
I know of his legend. How Sauron deceived you into making the rings. He tortured both you and your king.
And the precious. The Master makes it too. Where is it?
I have no memory of any such thing. Why would it even matter?
The Master must remember. Yes, he must. We dig up more treasures. Yes, yes, yes. And then he will take us to it.
I grasp at vespers of memory. Rings of power.
9 to men. Their power became their undoing. They became the ring wraiths.
Yes, the Nazgul.
But the Nazgul were destroyed.
As are many who come in contact with the rings of power.
What was that noise?
Nord.
It was like it just appeared. Keep it off balance. Watch out, he's got faster. something? Want to kill this globe? We need is a nice thick fork. What do you want with a fork? Give us a fork as thick as spider stew, and our enemies won't see us coming. Wait! I'll smell something. The next there'll be nothing but scraps on the ground. Want to sharpen your hunting skills? Go track a pack of catagals. Tracking them is easy. Killing them without getting a scratch is the challenge. Did you hear that? What was that noise? Oh! I need a weapon out of the forge and the target too. Captain says he's losing count of how many kills the Rangers take by jumping on us from apart. Did you hear that?
Anyone sneaking about?
There were two Buddha forces on the move, all around Duathai. Rosh was on patrol. He said they came across a bunch of monsters One minute the archer was patrolling along the wall. The next it was flying to his death. Sneaky Tark stuck up on him. Sneaky.
Bob!
Got a whiff of fresh air earlier. Scuff. Someone's got to go get it back. Well, I'm not doing it. I've got better things to do. What took you globs so long to come and help me fight Aragorn? Hey! We were lucky to win that last fight. Captain wouldn't know what strategy if it was carved in his own skull. Next one I see, I'm gonna learn to rock. I did.
Oh,
Deerhile said that he saw ghosts on the dead marshes. I thought he just saw his own fear.
The sleepless dead, the shadow men, the dead ones. Mordor calls to them all. Hubris comes in taming nature. Release the war chief's Caragors and expose his folly.
them caragors and yous messed it all up!
Ah. You Rangers. Find some grog or something to blow up. Oh, my first time losing.
Waste of time. Should have just left me alone.
What is this sorceress? Power to enter their mark.
What are you up to, Char? So hey, once you're done with your party stuff, okay? When's the last time you hydrated? I have a pause moment though. I'll ask that you.
It is not natural.
It is the power to sow terror. Among the servants of our enemy, it is the power to hunt the follower. Of the Dark Lord.
Oh man, I forgot I had number 2. I'm a silly goose.
too long.
Oh.
Chop your legs off to stop you running away again. Stupid son! So thick-skulled, you tried again. Time for murder! Time for a serious beating. You feel that? Destroy the top! Take his head! Clear off and try again! This job is nothing! Crush his face! You can't bloody well hurt me! Show me who's worthy! I'll end you! You think I forgot that one? Surround him! I don't need help. Suffer me now! The new road is almost done.
Nani here, Galar Mordor.
Looks like this is a good time for you. Looks like you're just recovering your health, right? Waiting right now for something? It's a good time for you to hydrate. Oh, you did? Okay, cool.
Captain's gonna last much longer than the old one. I can tell already. In my next fight, I'm gonna kill so drink.
Huh? Looks like you're no longer in a party, but yeah. After that fight, let's step, okay? Oh, you're still in party. Okay, I see. I didn't see it. I'll be back.
This grog they have is a harsh but effective medicine.
These Uruk truly are twisted reflections of my kin.
Don't get too close to the edge. Or we'll be giving you what? You hear that? Did you hear that? There, the car! Bleeding! Gotta like the beacon! More Ranger! Warrior gotta get back up again, eh? Why don't you just stay dead?
These slaves are doomed.
No, they are merely going to die. It is we that are doomed.
Yeah. This is not the time. We're going to read now. It's just going to go off. I just say just wait till we're done reading. Because you're forcing everyone to wait for you. So I just... Oh, I absolutely agree. All right, we ready? Ready? Char, you ready? Can you get a little closer, Jason? Thank you. How to make your confession. Take this off. On the 24th day of this month, the Israelites assembled fasting with sackcloth and dirt on them. So remember, Ezra, he read the law. Yeah. So we're actually technically reading the Old Testament. So he read part of it, right? And so they found that they done goof. They haven't been fully keeping it. And so then they were mourning, but he's like, remember to rejoice because our strength is in rejoicing in Yahweh. The offspring of Israel separated themselves from all foreigners and stood and confessed their offenses and the wayward acts of their ancestors. They stood up in their place. Yeah. They stood up in their place and read out from the scroll the teaching of Yahweh their God for a quarter of the day. And for a quarter they were confessing and prostrating themselves before Yahweh their God. On the Levites' stairway, Jeshua and Bani, Kadmiel, Shabaniah, Buni, Sherba, Bani, and Chenani stood up and cried out in a loud voice to Yahweh their God. The Levites, Jeshua and Kadmiel, Bani, Hashabaniah, Sherebiah, Hodiah, Shebaniah, and Petothiah said, stand up, worship Yahweh your God from eternity to eternity. May people worship your glorious name, though exalted above all worship and praise. You are Yahweh, you alone. You made the heavens, the highest heavens and all their army, the earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them. You give life to all of them, and the army and the heavens prostrate themselves to you. You are Yahweh, the God who chose Abram. Okay. All right, due to that break, we got to recap. So right now they're confessing, and they have the Levites, so they're kind of like the pastors. They're kind of like the pastors, and they're speaking out. Because what was the role of a priest? Well, they're the mediators. That means, like, usually most people don't. Okay. Let's see. Do we need to wait? Okay. You can go. Are you sure? All right. So what were the role of the priest? They're mediators. Do you know what that means? It's a big word. Do you guys know what mediator means? Yeah. So we'll just wait for Jason. How can you brought him when you just took a whole bunch of?
I was faster than him.
No, you like took like 5 on your slurp.
No,
And he ran back.
Throwing it, my couple went out fast.
Ah. But Oh, we're not. I'm not. So as long as we don't include the.
Not only did you need a break to finish it, you also interrupted the recap with more. Okay, just stop.
All right.
I just stop.
Okay, he's asking to stop. He's asking to stop. Sorry. Hands. Thank you. All right. So the priests are they mediator. So they're the in between. Like people do pray to Yahweh, but the system back in that day, is Yahweh will talk to the priest will talk to the people talk to the priest, and the priest talk to Yahweh. There are times when Yahweh directly talked, and that there was a system for that, but most of the time the priests were the. Now here's the cool part. Is now we look at us and we're called the priesthood of all believers. So now we don't need a mediator. We could just walk into the presence of Yahweh. You are Yahweh, the God who chose Abram and brought him out from Ur of the Chaldeans and made his name Abraham. You found his mind true before you and sealed a covenant with him to give the country of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, and the Girgashites, to give it to his offspring. You established your words because you are faithful. You saw our ancestors affliction in Egypt, and you heard their cry at the Red Sea. You did signs and marvels against Pharaoh and all his staff and all the people of his country because you acknowledged that they acted arrogantly against them. And you made a name for yourself this very day. You split the sea in front of them, and they passed through the midst of the sea on dry ground. But you threw their pursuers into the depths, like a stone into powerful waters. With the cloud column you led them by day, and with the fire column by night, to lighten for them the way in which they were to go. On Mount Sinai you came down, and you spoke with them from the heavens. You gave them upright ruling and true teachings, good statutes, and commands. Your holy Sabbath you made known to them, and you ordained for them commands, statutes, and teaching by means of Moses your servant. Bread from the heavens you gave them for their hunger, and you made water go out from a rock for them for their thirst. You told them to go and take possession of the country that you had raised your hand to swear to give to them. But they, our ancestors, acted arrogantly, stiffened their neck, and did not listen to your commands. That's always such a funny image. Can you see us through that? Okay. Cool. All right. Stiffen their neck. What do you guys think that means? It's like.
No, thank you.
It's like if I said, Charlie, I am your ruler. You do what I say, and then you like. It's like, you know, that like you stick your neck out like ready to fight, you know? So they stiffen their neck out. So what do you think they are referencing here? What part of the Bible do you think they're referencing here? Yeah, they're referencing first Abram, who got called Abraham, which the promise of what happened? What did Yahweh Well, no. First, what did Yahweh promise Abraham? For him to be a blessing to the nations, right? And so then you have Moses, who through Yahweh's hand, through Moses, saved the Israelites from Egypt. And then they went to the desert. And now this is for you, Jason. You ready? And then they went to the desert. And Yahweh provided. So we just read, what did Yahweh provide them in the desert? Food, water, bread, and water. But yet they stiffen. Manna, right. And yet they stiffen their necks.
Yeah.
So they refuse. Good job.
Finally.
They refuse to listen. But you are a pardoning God, gracious and compassionate, long-tempered and big in commitment, and he did not abandon them. Even when they made themselves a figurine, and there's that part. This is the part what they did. What did they do the moment they got the 10 Commandments? Well, they broke it by...
They worshipped other gods and made a golden calf.
We're gonna go calf.
That big no.
No. They're at this moment, Buddha and Buddhism is very foreign to the Israelites. That's way east from us. Even when they made themselves a figurine of a calf and said, "This is your God who brought you up from Egypt," they committed great acts of contempt. But you, in your great compassion, you did not abandon them in the wilderness. The cloud column you did not remove from them by day, nor the fire column by night to lighten for them the way in which they were to go. In our church each Sunday, we say a creed in which we confess our faith in who God is as Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Though the creed is dominated by the middle section in which we proclaim the basic facts of Jesus' story, he is God's Son. He was born a human being, was crucified, rose from the dead, and will come back as judge. We go on to confess our wrongdoings against God and one another. These are both forms of confession. We publicly acknowledge what God has done, and we publicly acknowledge what we have done. So what does John Goldengate say that they repeat at church service for him? Well, it starts with the C. At the very beginning, they do a creed. Well, at church, yeah, they do a creed. In which they confess that Jesus is part of the Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, but then they also confess their wrongdoings. Their compromises. Yeah.
I think I just
it. I like compromise because sin is such an overly used word. No one really knows what it means, but compromise is showing that you know how to love. Sorry, compromises. Oh, what's a compromise, Shar? Yeah, it's like when you know to be.
So like here's one block.
Yeah, and like literally, sin in Hebrew means missing the mark. And so, like, think about it, like you're supposed to go towards, you're supposed to set your face towards Yahweh and love your neighbor yourself. But then you go no, like you're always looking at setting your face. So they compromised, and so they're confessing their compromises. But in our worship, they are not connected. In between the two confessions, we pray. Okay, you ready? In our worship, they are not connected. In between two confessions, we pray for the world and the church and one another. And if anything, our confession of our sin links more with those other prayers. The dynamic of the Levite-led confession has some overlapping dynamics. It too incorporates some declaration of who God is. Yahweh alone is God. The heavenly army is the stars and planets, which other peoples might see as gods in their own rights. Entities that decide what happens in the world. Guys, all right, we're ready to look at Clincher? All right. But it focuses on what God has done for us, even more than Christian creeds do. Old Testament faith is a gospel. So Old Testament faith, what does gospel mean? Good news. Old Testament faith is a good news, a message of good news. There we go. A message of good news concerning what God has done. In the Levites' confession, these declarations come before the timeless statements about God, and they are more fundamental than those statements. Christian faith is a gospel in a similar way, a further declaration concerning what God has done, a continuation of the same message of good news. To the report,
As it existed by Jesus' day, it adds later news items, bringing the story to a climax and throwing the previous news into new light. It thus adds the Christian creed, and thus odd that Christian creeds ignore the earlier stages in the story, which the good news about Jesus is a continuation. So, it's very easy for our time and our people, our Christians in the West, right, to forget the story in the Old First Testament. But we have to remember that Jesus' story, his death and resurrection, is a continuation of what Yahweh has done with Abraham, has done with Isaac and Jacob, with Moses, with David, Solomon, Saul. Like, it is all a big arc narrative. And I guess you could see each one as an arc, right? So see, there's the Genesis arc. If we want to talk anime arcs, right? You like anime. Oh, I think say I don't like anime. Fruit? Then yes. You have you asked me to save this. The Laffy Taffy. Okay, but you gotta have.
I won't eat it.
Okay. Right. Oh, yeah. But before we go, I definitely need to eat your fruits. You had a big milkshake, okay? So this is all like each part. See, each part is an arc, part of the grand narrative. Hey, Jar. Thank you. So, arcs, narrative, the Bible, Yahweh, stepping close to humanity. Sorrow at sin, such as is expressed here, is a characteristics. Oh, okay. The arrangement of the chapters suggests that while there are situations in which the people of God properly give priority to celebration, not to mourning for their sins, such sorrow has a proper place in the life of the people of God as a response to its reading of Scripture. So there needs to be a balance in the life of the people of God between celebration and sorrow. Sorrow at sin, such as is expressed here, is a characteristic of Jewish life in the Second Temple period. Etzerton was an earlier illustration. Elsewhere in the Old Testament, crying out is an expression of pain at what other people have done to us, or God has done to us. Here it is an expression of pain at what we have done. As usual, the Old Testament models for us the natural way in which a response. You ready? Let's wait for Jason. Okay. I need you to be more in a place to see it. As in the last paragraph, as usual, the Old Testament models for us a natural way in which a response to God is not just one that involves inner feelings and spoken words. Because we're a bodily people relating to other bodily people, we express ourselves in bodily ways. I went to a great concert last night and have just been looking online for a t-shirt to commemorate it. Further, today I'm wearing a t-shirt that commemorates a great concert I went 2 years ago. So have you noticed that, like, here as humans, when we like something, we generally do something to show it. Yeah. And so probably should be a way to do that with celebration and sorrow. That's why you see the Israelites. How are the Israelites? How are they mourning?
Oh no, we done goof.
And they're actually prostrating themselves, so they're bowing low towards Yahweh. So sorrow at sin expressed in fasting. So here's some ways to express sorrow. How to express sorrow to Yahweh. Yeah. So sorrow at sin is expressed in fasting. When you're grieving or something you don't feel like eating. It's expressed in wearing basic clothes. The point about sackcloth is not that it's uncomfortable, but that it's everyday or work clothing. And when you're grieving over something, you don't feel like dressing up. Oh, I didn't know that. So in the ancient world, sackcloth is what you wear to the field. It's everyday work clothes. So usually people don't wear everyday work clothes in the ancient world when you go to church. You wear your best clothes. But when you're fasting, you're not dressing up. It's expressed in a disheveled appearance. When you're grieving or something, you don't feel like bothering to shave or clean yourself up. It's expressed in prostrating before God. When you are full of enthusiasm or shame, you express it in the way you hold yourself. It's then also expressed in standing up straight, because when our confession is done, God takes over and forgive, and we are not expected to wallow in self-pity over our feebleness or to lie in dirt like worms forever. Well, it's like, so I have to ask. All right, friends, we can start. What's up? You and I have different war chiefs. Again, you have different war chiefs. Just look for green spots on your map. Green spots on your map are places to get intel. Yeah.
Got it! Charlie, I've been trying to get this stupid aura for months! Oh, yes! Oh.
No. Headphones, please.
I never want to have to be at the Uduk outpost again.
Hoorah!
Them slave masters at the mines need to work their soft skins on. Yesterday, I killed the biggest crowd you ever saw. Uh-oh, here he goes again. Did you hear that? We should all have our own places that make us unbeatable. Did I just hear something? Sick of slaving away for no. I'm a fighter, not a farmer. You pathetic little worm! Saw a crowd stomping across the slave fields. I'll destroy you! I see the ranger!
Darn it.
Bring the others!
could have trusted each other, maybe Hirgon would not have needed to desert us. Maybe together we would have been ready when Sauron returned.
Even without the fell influence of the Dark Lord, mankind shall never know the end of war.
You ratbag? Nah, he ain't got the brains to be of any use. If you want to tame a crowd, then you need at least 10 of us and a bunch of heavy tails. Bet you could throw a bird through the air. I saw you fighting earlier, and it was pathetic. Get better, or you'll be feeling my wrath before the enemy even gets you.
I promised Ioreth we would one day travel the Anduin. When Dirhael was grown, we would go together, and we would behold the pillars of the kings. I hope that Hirgon's people can escape.
I do not know where you shall see your family again. The doom of man is beyond the vision of the elves.
We need a real fight, so we can show the world we ain't mucking about. Elves, wolves, dragons, send them our way, and we'll make them pay. Say you Captain. Good fight will come knocking soon enough. I'm ready for some proper action. Careful what you wish for. I'll get some sooner than you think. Yeah, but that man fell. That is nearby. Get ready to attack us. long. We ought to just blow the idiot's head off and move along. Well, if it was something, then it better stay away!
That's irritating.
There's something. Oh, the bravest of Buddha. This Uruk's been slain. Wait. Whatever killed him, I just hope it stays away. So,
Hello.
What's from here in the east? I do enjoy killing traitors and cowards.
No, not me. Let me live, please.
Bollocks to this! I will have more revenge next time!
Oh, great! Just great! Now I've got to kill you. Then I have to show your corpse to the others.
Hold it!
Snargog. Slaughter in stealth to bring out this war chief.
I hear the Gravewalker likes to blow them up if you give him the chance. What was that noise? Something just moved over there. With all the talk about it, a corpse.
Tugog.
Every ruined monument is a monument to the might of the Uruk.
Is he weak to win?
Tugog.
Combat finishers, not enough.
Tugog.
Daily backlash. Your counters are not effective. Trying to kill me required to finish him. Nearby Uruk inspired. Cannot be terrified.
Manfred! Stealth is slow, Ranger. It was only a matter of time to find you.
Yes.
I'm gonna hamstring this car. Protect me!
Let's consider range.
How did you defeat me?
Shut those slaves up! They shouldn't be talking to one another. Do you hear that? I don't know what it was. Must have been nothing. Clean out your ears. You're always hearing things. Did you hear that? never seen it quite like this.
You filthy shrunk!
The new road is almost done, so I reckon we'll have another army fighting the side. Did you hear that? More fighters means less food. I don't like it. Clear! Rats. Nothing but rats. Definite pigskins aren't even worth killing. Someone's sneaking about. Tricks. I thought I heard something. Don't forget who the master is. Wait. I smell something. Heard there was a bad outbreak of ghouls in Noor, so we're gonna be joining forces with the war chief there. Someone's sneaking about.
You saw what these monsters are capable of. It is madness to stay here.
Yes, but circumstances have changed. Don't you see we have him on our side now?
Why would he want to help us? Weeks ago, he was our enemy.
Talion, ready to pick that fight?
I'd best take these bandages to the others.
The orcs are building a monument to honor Sauron. We have enough blasting powder to destroy it.
Fine. I'll take it and I'll finish this.
Not without me, you won't.
Thought your only concern was saving your wife.
So did I. Come on, let's go before I change my mind. Forgive Erin's words. Her heart is with our people. The slaves you helped us free know where the Dark Lord's monument is most vulnerable. We will strike there. We'll need to steal a cart of grog from the Uruk. It will make quite the trigger for the blasting powder. Let's move. The ghouls have turned on the Uruks. Nature's darkness cannot be tamed. The cart's up ahead. Be ready. When... There's grog, there's Uruks.
He's a real piece of...
When I'm through, no Uruks will draw breath. You have my word.
eyes open, says the captain. But I don't see nothing. I think something just moved. Drop your guard for a second. The Grey Walker will catch you. Whatever it was, thought of. Did you hear that? Just my imagination, I suppose. Back to work. I can take it! Just my imagination. Let the puny ranger throw him in the fire. Still wait to burn it. Keep fighting no matter what.
All clear, men! Excellent, Talion. Now we must ensure our men can push the cart to the monument free from harm. Look, how fast evil corrodes.
This decay. Gondor must not fall prey to the shadow.
Let's move. Wait. Something hides in the dark. Ghouls. They will pick the meat from our bones. The Uruk camp lies before us. Kill the lot so my men can pass. If you need assistance, I'll be close. fighting side by side. Who would have thought? Ranger, stay close. The ghouls swarm Durthang. My men can use this distraction to push the cart beneath the bridge unseen. Simmer, beasts. You'll get Uru guts as a reward. The dead rumble below our feet. They're upon us! My men will protect the cart. Let's clear the ridge so they may pass. Be ready, Talion. The next outpost will be the largest.
It's too quiet. Something is amiss. Caragors. One enemy replaces another.
Nani here, Galar Mordor.
Monument is upon us. A tribute to darkness built by the blood of my people. I will relish its destruction. Take a long look. That monument will soon fall. There, Ranger. Our success depends on your ability to clear the outpost of Uruk. Only then can my men get into position to destroy the monument.
The Uruk's numbers dwindle now that their war chiefs have fallen by my hand.
Watch out! He'll grab you!
Everyone, to the monument!
I'll handle the Uruks. You handle the cart with the explosives. Protect us! Keep moving forward! No Uruk shall harm you! Watch it! Crocodile Balanor!
sealed their doom.
My people believe they have just claimed their freedom.
Is that what you told them?
Men need hope. I just gave them what they asked for.
Then your men need their leader.
To these outcasts, it seems I am less of a monster in death than I was in life.
It is the Black Hand and his captains who are the true monsters. They will return, and when they do, these men will die.
Drive the bravest and put them out of fun. Jumping on us from afar.
He's making his corn.
The servants of Sauron are foes beyond any of you. Get your people out of Mordor tonight, or you'll all be dead by dawn.
There is a hidden tunnel to the Black Gate. Aaron, it's time. Goodbye, my friend.
So the local war chiefs did nothing to prevent this
Yeah.
sacrilege?
They all perished in battle, my lord. All except me. War Chief Ratbag.
Fortunately, you are still alive. Now, bring me the head of this grave walker.
Claim the head yourself.
The ranger from the Black Gate. Where was your bravery when we bled your wife and gutted your son? Kill him! Back to Earth, Grave Walker!
You know what? Fine.
Take it
Nope.
Your time is not now. Step back and learn the art of the kill. I will teach you what real pain is. Finish him, you useless walker. I inflict the pain. The Dark Lord will rule. I will teach you what real pain is.
Well, I'm doing the bonus. This is how you get extra levels.
The Dark Lord will rule.
Yep. No, this is he's a human. There's human villains too.
Ranger, time to die. Back to work, swine. Back to work. Is this your best, Grave Walker? teach you what real pain is. How does your vengeance taste, Talion? Is not the darkness sweet? You acted too hastily. There's much we could have learned.
He slaughtered my entire family before my very eyes. What would you have done?
Do you speak with the living? Or only with the dead?
Who are you?
My name is Lothariel, from the Sea of Nurnen. My mother said you would be here. And here you are.
Well, Lothariel from the Sea of Nurnen. You should have stayed where you were. There's nothing but death.
Lady Marwyn, Queen of the Shore, wishes an audience
What?
with you.
I don't know.
She has
Depending
seen
by her
visions of
videos.
your misfortune.
A queen who sees visions.
Visions of the return of the great Celebrimbor. She wishes to make him an offering.
And what is this offering?
That is all I know. I must gather provisions.
Let me know when you guys are ready for
Return
Battle
to
Project.
Nurnen is long and treacherous. My camp is close by. It will be my honor to escort you.
Oh, it actually like wasn't too much. He actually just pretty much just got him in the chest and he just got all red.
We have defeated the Hammer of Sauron, but the Black...
Peanut butter jelly time? Peanut butter jelly time?
And the tower
I
remain.
don't know what you're talking about.
Master.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, I said. Again, I have no idea what you're talking about. Come back.
The smell of fresh meat always attracts the scavengers.
And they tend to travel in packs. You should leave now.
Queen will be pleased to see you.
He's asking. Are you asking him to stop? Yeah. He's asking to stop, my friend.
We are here.
Do you hear that, Jason?
Lady Marwyn, queen of the shore.
The fallen ranger from the Black Gate. Come closer.
Your daughter claims you have something for me.
Not for you, Talia. The hour grows late. Very soon, the Dark Lord and his army will march all over Mordor, but a great power can be awakened to prevent it.
Is that why I'm here?
Breach into Morgoth's Scar. Take the elven craftwork from the ghouls and find the dwarf.
Stay strong, Mother. Come.
No, she's not.
What is your mother's affliction?
No one knows. She worsened after her travels.
Is there not medicine?
There was, but our camp was overrun.
Oh, yeah.
There must be a better life than this.
I need to find the way to Morgoth's Scar.
All right. You ready? Okay. I know.
The Scroll of Isaiah is the first of three major prophets in the Bible.
And in Isaiah chapter 61, the prophet offers a vision of a restored world where the land is full of abundance and full of right relationships between people. The final lines of the poem describe Israel as a new Garden of Eden. For as the land brings out its sprouts, and as a garden makes sprout its seed plants, so the Lord Yahweh will make sprout righteousness and praise before all the nations.
That sounds great, but Israel at this time has been conquered and ruled by other kingdoms. They've been reduced to a powerless nation full of grief and mourning.
But among those mourning Israelites, there was a small group that never lost hope in God's promise. And so this poem is written to encourage that group of people. The poem is written in three main sections, which themselves all have three sections.
Okay, let's go through it. It begins, "The Spirit of the Lord Yahweh is upon me, because Yahweh has anointed me."
So the speaker calls himself the Anointed, from the Hebrew word Mashiach.
Mashiach, that's where we get the word Messiah.
Yeah, exactly. And this Messiah says that through God's Spirit, he's going to bring 7 acts of new creation. The first is to bring good news to the oppressed, and then to bind up the brokenhearted, and then
book of Isaiah is in the First Testament, the Old Testament. And so the Spirit of the Lord, Yahweh is upon me because Yahweh has, you guys remember the Hebrew word? Anointed me, or the Hebrew word? Mashiach. Good job. All right, and this is talking about, we'll see this what this hope's about.
Good news to the oppressed, and then to bind up the brokenhearted, and then to release captives and those who are bound up. Liberation. And then right at the center of these 7 acts, the Messiah says that he will proclaim the year of Yahweh's favor. This is a reference to an ancient Israelite practice, the year of Jubilee.
Oh, right, the Jubilee. It's meant to happen every 7 times 7 years, where everything resets. Slaves and prisoners gain freedom, all debts are canceled, families receive back their ancestral land.
Yeah, this radical practice is a sign that points forward to the renewed creation, like the cosmic Jubilee.
So, why is the Jubilee also called a day of vengeance?
Well, if you set everything right, that involves reversing everything that's wrong. And for those who benefit from oppression or from unjust social arrangements, the cosmic Jubilee might feel more like retribution than restoration. It all depends on how you respond to the cosmic judge. Now, back to the list. For those who are being oppressed, this day will bring comfort to those who mourn. That's the 5th act. And then the last 2 acts describe how the Messiah will give these people new clothes.
New clothes? Why clothes?
Well, not just any clothes, priestly garments. There's a crown-like turban, garments of praise, and then anointing oil.
Like the oil used to anoint the Messiah?
Yeah, the Messiah is duplicating himself, clothing a crew of anointed ones who are going to share his mission to spread the life of the new Eden. In fact, look at the next thing that he says about them.
All right. So we have the Anointed One. So what is the Anointed One? He is a king. King God, king also. Yeah, but also like someone who's a mediator between God and people. He's a king. Where the people who we just talked about last time, they mediate between God and people. Priest, right? So he's a king priest, God priest. And so now he duplicates, this Anointed One, he duplicates other people to be priest.
And they will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of Yahweh for a display of beauty. That's a beautiful image.
It is, just like the garden imagery the poem began with. And this takes us into the middle section of the poem, which is all about the role that these anointed ones will have in the world to bring restoration.
And they will build the ruins of old. They will reestablish the former deserted places, and they will renew the devastated cities, the deserted places of many generations.
These anointed ones are the rebuilders of creation. Now, that hopeful image is followed by another reversal.
And strangers will stand and they will feed your flocks. And sons of foreigners, they will be your farmers and vine dressers.
So instead of being slaves to other nations like they were for centuries, God will turn the tables. And now those nations will serve the anointed ones.
You mean like the nations will be their slaves?
Well, not quite. Look at these next lines. The imagery is not about a master ruling slaves, but you will be called priests of Yahweh. Priests are those who serve the nations on behalf of God, or as it says, servants of our God. They're acting like a bridge between God and the people.
The next line says they will eat the wealth of nations and boast in their riches. What's that about?
Well, in Israel, the priests got their food from the sacrifices that people brought to God. In other words, they lived off of the abundance of the whole community.
So these new cosmic priests are benefiting from the abundance of all the nations.
Exactly. Now, let's look at the next lines that talk more about this reversal. In the place of shame, there'll be a double portion. They'll go from insult to joy, and from the wilderness to the Eden land, and everlasting joy will be theirs.
That's a lot of joy.
It's like the ultimate new creation. Now, in the final part of this middle section, God himself speaks up.
For I, Yahweh, love justice. I hate robbery and injustice.
God's reminding them of his character. God is for justice.
And I will give their reward with faithfulness. I will cut an everlasting covenant with them.
This is the covenant that God made with Israel to bless the nations. That's what God is being faithful to.
And their seed will be known among the nations, and their offspring in the midst of the peoples. All those who see them will recognize them, that they are the seed whom Yahweh has blessed.
So this is the seed that is going to become a new garden, bringing life to the world. Now we get to the third and final part of the poem. It concludes with the Messiah celebrating what Yahweh is doing in the world.
I will rejoice greatly in Yahweh. My being will shout for joy in my God.
And then he describes why he's rejoicing, with the clothing images that link back to the beginning of the poem. This figure is clothed with new garments called garments of salvation, a robe of righteousness, and then a priestly turban is put on a bridegroom, and then he's adorned with the jewelry of a bride. So the Anointed One is the ultimate priest, depicted as both a bride and a groom getting ready for the ultimate wedding party.
A wedding?
Yeah, the new creation is depicted as a great wedding feast where God's generous love is shared with all the world. And that brings us to the garden image at the end that we read back at the beginning.
That's very
right,
distracting.
a garden that's sprouting seed plants.
And notice
It's very distracting. Can you stop that? Thank you.
we read back at the beginning.
Oh, right, a garden that's sprouting seed plants.
And notice this is no ordinary garden. The plants are sprouting righteousness. Righteousness means right relationships between people. And so the new creation will be a garden of renewed relationships among all of the nations.
All right, so what are takeaways from Isaiah 61? Okay, what can you gather that was said? Right. And where are the plants? Where righteousness. And what does righteousness mean? Well, righteousness. So, like, if I have righteousness between Charlie and you and I, what does that mean? Like things are good. So, what is righteousness between us? It's right relationship. There's right relationship between the lateral, like among us, and then right relationship between us and Yahweh. So this is what the Anointed One's going to do. So we got to choose the Anointed One to show us how to even have right relationship. We're incapable of having a right relationship without help from the Anointed One. And who's the Anointed One? All right, Yahweh. All right, friends, we can start. Yep.
There's a good chance we can pick up the ghoul's trail at that ransacked cairn. Van we passed earlier by the ravine.
Pay attention! I'm gonna sit and rest for a bit. I'll chop your arms off if you even think of Rush! Do not resist! This is the end! Puppet, you're mine! I see you!
Huh? No.
How does the Queen...
These towers reach from yesterday to tomorrow. I live on in these stones. There was a kingdom here.
Nature thrives in Nirn. I never thought I'd see such life in Mordor.
This is how the Dark Lord shall feed his armies.
You pathetic weakling! Give us something else to do. Kill us for sport.
Her eyes were able to see your true form.
She wants the Maker of the Rings of Power to awaken.
These tribesmen are desperate. They will do anything to resist the Uruks.
I fear Lithariel will never surrender. Her honor will doom them all.
You're pathetic! Wait! Kill him!
Finally, I'm free.
Looks like someone's killing Uruk. Grab that slave! What a waste of time. A waste of skin.
Is there nothing these Uruk will not desecrate?
For them, beauty exists only to be destroyed.
Cry for mercy!
So many dead Uruks. I must thank the ghouls before I slaughter them.
Ghouls are scavengers. They take all, but leave one thing behind.
I must locate the ghouls' tracks. There's our trail.
How will we lead Marwood scouts to the ambush?
Blackhead, I won't last the night if I can't get warm. Of course.
Someone's sneaking about. Shrock, the ranger! I'll show you strength!
Thank goodness.
The slaves run off! There's been a murder here! Thank you.
Can't shake this bloody cough. You better try. Or soon enough, you'll be...
This hollow bleeds with death.
And this must be Morgoth's sky. In the belly of the beast, stealth is my best weapon. Staying high will keep me out of sight. Another attack, and this cave will become my tomb. The ghouls know we are here. I feel them rumbling beneath my feet. My best move is to remain unseen. Staying high will keep me out of sight. Another attack, and this cave will become my tomb. Ghouls fear fire as much as light. Those flames might prove useful if we are overwhelmed. He lost his brother.
Hunter and hunted. Death takes them all.
A treasure room. Your heirloom must be here.
Made by the Dark Lord himself. And still covered in my family's blood.
We are betrayed. Its power blazes like a beacon, and will bring ruin to all Middle-earth.
Gondor! What is that creature?
They will keep coming, till only our bones remain. The storm is past.
The danger has not.
We must escape this darkness. Those fires will stop them. The entrance is nigh,
And so is our end if we don't reach it in time.
Pity to injure military career inside the belly of a ghoul, eh? I'm Torvin, the Beast Hunter. And I bet 10 pints you just nabbed the treasure I was after.
Now, I am grateful for the assistance, but it does not grant you proprietary rights.
Keep it! I just found something a lot more valuable.
And what would that be?
My new hunting partner!
What you hunt does not interest me, Master Dwarf.
Even if it leads you to the chisel that belongs with that hammer. Every creature's got its lure. Yours just happens to be very old. Well, if the thrill of the hunt takes your fancy, my camp's not far.
Find the dwarf.
What of your vision, Celebrimbor?
I used all that he had taught me and forged the three in secret. Water, air, and fire.
Alright, we dip in 2 minutes, my friends.
Thank you.
I found the Mithril Hammer. Can your flames show me why my soul was denied death?
You are the victim of a blood sacrifice.
Can the curse be broken?
Destroy the Black Hand and his followers, and claim Mordor.
Nomen of Gondor will come to my aid.
You don't need them. Your power begets followers, willing or otherwise.
An orc army.
How do I do this?
Your answers are in the fortress nearby, but what you seek may not be there for much longer.
Harmon's decree was speed. The future must be met.